Yo. Hello. Hello, everyone. Welcome to the land of game development, where we build our game no matter what the people say. I like that one. Pam, 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 pam. By the way, thank you a lot to all the Patreons, really. I mean, there is people that is with us since like 4 or 5 years. I mean, there's people that are Patreon since the beginning. Well, the beginning of the Patreon, actually, not the beginning of our game. But yeah, you can see the names on screen, and yeah, they're very nice people. Thank you. It's pretty cool. It's pretty cool to have Patreons, you know, that care for your game and they know that it's a lot of work and they like it. So yeah, you can see their name on screen right now. Decarn, Demon Empty, Electra, Fergus, George. You can forget George. Holly, Jay Guevara, good name. Jarod, Jay. Look at these guys. Look at these guys. Some of these guys are Patreon since 3+ years. Some are Patreon since 4 years. That's incredible, huh? Okay, am I ready? Yeah, I think I'm ready. Hello, everyone. Good evening. Good evening, good evening. So, I did some changes to the minigame. So, pretty much it is working. Player to player, I would say, is working well. I mean, I don't think he's managing every corner case, right? But I think he's managing 97% of it. So I would say that we are good with the player to player. Now, the player to NPC is a bit harder, right? Because there is one concept that is the maximum bet that I didn't introduce yet, right? And we have to think about it. Because imagine that you are playing versus the NPC and you are a rich man, right, in the game. So you say, I don't care, I can put in, you know, for example, 100,000, right? I can put in 100,000, right? Coins. Now, is it reasonable that the NPC is actually betting 100,000? I mean, is matching your 100,000? I think it's kind of weird, right? So I think that every NPC should have kind of a maximum amount of money. And when they run out of money, if they run out of money, they should basically go away, disappear, or not play again. Right? Maybe not play again. I would say it would be very nice if the NPC actually says, I'm out of money, right? I cannot play anymore. That would be kind of funny. But the same concept, you know, we have it with players. Even player to player, we have pretty much the same issue. Because if player 1 decides to put in, let's say you are a rich player, right? Player 1 is rich, player 2 is not rich. So let's say that player 1 has 2 millions in total, right? And player 2 has, I don't know, 70k, right? Now player 1 may be on the first bet, right? Because he wants to game the system, is keeping the bet low. So he's putting like 50 coins, right? and player 2 is matching those 50 coins, right? And then player 1 knows that he can basically over bet the other guy, because the other guy will never have the money. Right now in poker there is a concept that is all in, right? You are all in all your money, but I think that it is a bit weird, right? In a game like ours, I don't think I want to have an all in of really all your money, right? So, or we say that you dedicate a certain amount to the game, or we could say that at the maximum you can bet the money of your opponent. So basically the maximum money that can be bet in that game is the minimum between the two. So in this case it would be 70k, right? In this case it would be 70k. So in the same thing we can do with an NPC. So if we add this concept of the maximum bet, then we can also use it for the NPC, because I can say that my NPC has maximum 50k, right? And it will not go above 50k. And we can create him with 50k, and he's actually consuming that money. And when the money goes to zero, he cannot bet anything anymore, right? I think this is a kind of a reasonable concept. Another way would be that you reserve a certain amount of money for the game. But my first screen went out again. I don't know why. But the point is, how can we do that, right? So how can we have, because at the moment we are already sending, we are already in the mini game setup. I think we do it in the mini game setup. Yeah, we send the maximum money that you have, right? But the idea could be that we also send the maximum money that the opponent has, right? I don't remember if it's initial setup, initial mini game setup, mini game initial. So hard to find things. Wait. Also because because it's not in this file. It's in the H file, I think. Yeah. Anyways, here. Mini game initial dice setup, right? So this one is containing which, by the way, now that I think about it, is this really correct? Because it's sending your player money, but yeah, because it's updating every time you lose or every time you win. Yes. So do we want to see the maximum money of the opponent or not? Or do we want to just stop the bet if you are trying to bet more than the maximum money? But how do we know? Well, that's not hard, because we can we have an add player bet, right? We have an add player bet. This one, right? We have an add player bet. So we could do a check here, right? We could do a check here, and this could also work for NPC. Well, I think we checked already that you have that money, right? Because here we are verifying that you have the amount proposed, but here we can say that you cannot bet more than than that amount. And we can try with crazy amount and see what happens. But I think there is anyway a safety thing that we want to do, because otherwise the other guy can force you to fold, right? Without you being able to match. But at the same time, we can also have the all-in. But the all-in, I don't know. Do you guys like the all-in concept? Do you think we should use it? Because we could. Can I change the music? The problem of doing the all-in is that, I mean, I don't really have a mechanism now to do it. And I think that, no, I think it's better. I'm thinking to the dynamic, you know, during the game, I think it's better to have the maximum. And the other guy can always remake the money by selling stuff. So we are not really getting all his money, because he may have items banked and he can sell them. So this is just the money that, yeah, I think it makes sense. I think we should do this check, right? I think we should do this check. And this check will be that if the amount plus the current bet I don't know why it's called max count, but anyway, max money count. If the amount that he already has on the table plus the current bet is greater than the second player money. Do we have the other player or no? Other player is here. Let me do it once at the beginning, or let me do it here where I need it. Well, yeah, let me do it here where I need it. So this will be other player. Well, first of all, the player needs to be valid, because otherwise, we check that it's valid. Yeah, we check it here. I mean, if I'm betting and the other player is not valid, I think there is no point in betting, right? So I think we should say something like the other player disconnected, because otherwise, you know, what's the point of betting if, yeah, I think that's another check, right? And you don't want to bet if you are the only player in the game. So let's say that if the other player is not valid, or if the other player is not valid, which basically is the pointer to the APS character, no, and that's it, right? So here we can just say, sorry, the other player disconnected, so no point in betting, no one is there, right? We can say, we also have to reset the bet button though, otherwise we can say opponent left, or no opponent. No opponent is present, you cannot bet. Something like that, right? Or the opponent is not present, whatever. You cannot bet. Okay, so that is another good check that we had to do anyway. And so now we are sure that the other player actually is valid. So if the other player is valid, we should check other player, and then we have money, get total. So that is the total money. That is the total money that the other player has, which, okay, includes also the bets that he already did. But it's fine. I mean, it's all he can pay, right? It's all he can pay. So if it's greater than that, we will just say, I don't know if I want to reveal, right? But I think we have to, otherwise it would be very confusing, right? Your opponent cannot match that amount. Bet refused, right? Or bet cancel. Yeah. Yeah. Okay, nice. So basically like this, and this works both ways because this function obviously works for both players. So you will never be able to bet more than what the other player has in his inventory, right? Now, for NPC, which is what I was trying to do here, right? I was having the NPC, if we are playing with an NPC, then block the other bet until our NPC bet is done. Yeah, exactly. So this is blocking my bet, and then is setting up a timer, and this timer will trigger after like few seconds. I don't want to do it immediate because otherwise it looks fake, but after like 2 or 3 seconds, this thing kicks in, and we match the player bet. Now here I think we can start to reason on the rise, right? If you want to rise your bet, if you want the NPC to rise the bet or not, right? So we need to have like 2 parameters. We need to have the other player money, so this is the opponent money, it's not. What? Yeah, for sure. Oh no, is it player actor, player. Player get. Which, by the way, there is a potential crash if the player disconnects, right? Because Yeah, if the player disconnected, we just do nothing there. But yeah, this is valid pretty much everywhere. Huh? Well, probably it's valid even at the beginning. Yeah, I would say so. Yeah, I would say so. I mean, it is valid for any operation that our NPC needs to do. So I think that we just do this at the beginning, right? If we are triggering and our opponent left, we just do nothing. And now this player actor becomes usable also for us down here. And it is our player money, right? In Tria, in coins. It is our player money. So I mean, here we should have the algorithm that is actually where the NPC is actually thinking based on his current hand if he wants to bluff or not, right? And if you want to raise on the player, and we can give it a percentage, right? The problem is that we have to make it random enough so that it's not something that you can read. So how do we do it? We do it between the player money. No, I don't think we should do it between the player money. I think we should do it between. I think we should have our algorithm that is actually extracting how much we want to. I think it should be actually by game or not. Good question. Am I betting differently if I'm playing the poker game or if I'm playing the high score game? Yeah, in theory, yes, because the poker game is 2 phases, right? Poker game is 2 phases, so it is different. So if it's an high score game, let me check one second, one thing, because I think I did the same reasoning already. I did the same reasoning already somewhere else. No, it was here. Evaluate hands. Now, the NPC could cheat in theory because we know what the other player has in his hand, but I don't want to, right? So I want the NPC not to look at the cards of the player, right? So he will just genuinely think if he wants to raise or not. So I will have to do something like this. If he's high score and if he's poker, we have different outcomes. But do I want to have... Yeah, I think I want to have another function though. I want to have another function somewhere. I want to have another function somewhere. It's okay in minigame. We can put it in minigame manager. As long as we can access the session, I think we are good. And we need the 2 players. Okay. So let me try 1 second. So we create a new function that is even if here I see I don't have any minigame manager, I don't have any reasoning, right? I have it all on the minigame session actually. Yeah, probably should keep it here. NPC evaluates if he wants to raise or and do you think the NPC can also fold or not? Do you think the NPC can also fold? I think he may. I think we can do it for fun. I think he may. What was that bling bling? That was oh no. Stay, rise or fold. I think it would be nice to see if he's folding or not. So let's call it player player versus NPC. Evaluate bet, right? Evaluate bet. And this one will need to have sorry, I have a big copy paste because I needed it. Yeah, we need a current player, the NPC player, and there we have the bet, and yeah, there we have everything, right? So it's not, yeah, there we have everything. So now based on the fact if we are in a high score game or we are in a poker game, we will act differently. Okay, and I think the result is just a value that you want to raise, right? So this actually should be an integer, so it's returning, this basically returns the amount to raise, which can be 0 or -1 if he wants to fold. Okay. Can we have a smart AI design this algorithm instead of me or not? Because in reality, it's very simple, right? I mean, it's not super simple, but let's say I think that we can use the AI to get okay, let's start a new chat. And we can say, I designed a game where player roll 5 dice to create a different combination with a twist, no, different combinations. The first 3 dice remain hidden until the final 2 are rolled. Adding an element of suspense and strategy. Okay, I can avoid all this discussion, right? The player rolls 5 dice to create different combination. The first 3 dice remain hidden until the final 2 are rolled. The stronger combination are listed first. I don't want to say that. I just want to say that where the player roll 5 dice to get different combinations. Right? And then I want to say the sequence of play is the following, right? Initial bet. I think the initial bet should just be matching the, right? You don't have any dice, so I don't think that at the beginning when you have 0 dice, right? I think I would not even tell the AI that we have it, so we will just match the initial bet, whatever it is. Well, it could be that the guy is betting an insane amount of money, but he doesn't have any dice, right? Yet, so I will remove the initial, right? Roll 3 dice, those remain hidden for the opponent. So each player, let's say, each player roll 3 dice, those remain hidden for the opponent. Each player bet based on the 3 dice result. Then each player rolls again 2 dice and remain hidden for the opponent. Those remain hidden for the opponent. And a last betting phase. And next, a last betting phase, right? Exactly. So now what I want to do, I want to have an NPC plays this game and I want to evaluate, right? So during the bet phase, the NPC should evaluate if he wants to fold, match the player bet, which is always betting first, or rise. I need an algorithm. Oh my god, a word algorithm is insane. It's not like this. It is? I don't know. Let's see what he's saying. And the AI start to work. Oh my god, I didn't tell him that he's in Unreal. Stop. Okay, this one we already have, right? And this one, with this one we don't have, but it's the same. End evaluation. Yeah, actually the end evaluation, we have it already. Oh wow, NPC personality, look at this. NPC personality, aggression, bluff, risk tolerance. Oh wow. We can randomize that, yeah. Based on the NPC. Wow, it is a great idea actually to have an NPC personality randomized at the beginning. It's actually pretty cool. So it keeps the same personality through the games. That would be nice. Now, we don't need any of this because we already have... Also this one we have already. Also this one we have already. This one we have already. Oh shit, it did all the reasoning for that. Okay. We don't really need that. We have it already. And this one as well, we have it already. No! Did a lot of useless work, but it's fine. Calculate improvement probability. Current end evaluation. Why is doing this? Does it make sense or no? I don't know. I don't know if it makes sense. But anyway, it's calculating based on the current hand, right? The possibility to get a better hand, which kind of makes sense, but this improvement probability is very interesting anyway. It's very interesting. Make initial betting decision, right? So evaluate the current hand, the first 3 dice, and calculate the current hand strength on a scale of 0 to 1. Okay. And then he's calculating the improvement probability. So the chances that he may get a better hand compared to what he has now. And then he's calculating the pot odds. Yeah, he's not considering the hand of the other guy though. I think probably because here is only the initial betting decision, right? Adjust hand strength based on potential improvement in personality. Adjust strength, mass strength, improve personality, risk tolerance. Add bluffing factors. More on change to bluff bedroom personality. Oh, wow, this is becoming very complex, but I like it. Decision threshold. Personality aggression, rise threshold, make decision, adjust the strength minus the fall, less than the fall threshold, fold, raise or match, and it is on the raise amount, right? Better amount on the strength and personality. But the problem is that here is not looking at the hand of the other guy. Unless I miss something. Maybe he has it in the evaluate hand. No, he's not. He's only calculating his own hand, so he doesn't know that he can actually look at the other guy. At the other guy hand. Making final betting decision. But anyway, I kind of like the structure, right? I mean, at the moment, he missed a very, very important point, right? That he can see the 3 dice of the other guy after the first bet. But the first bet, I think, is okay. The first bet is done only on its own hand. So I need to understand. I think you can evaluate the hand strength versus. Now I think I like it, but we need to do it slightly different. So I don't understand what. Because we already have that, right? So that is our. I don't remember how we called it, but we have an evaluate hand. Yeah, which is this, right? Now it is not giving you the weight, but it's giving you the highest combination that you have in your hand, including the odds, right? Are all these methods static or not? Yeah, all these methods are static, so we can call them as we wish. I really like the idea of the NPC personality. I find it very cool. I find it very cool. I don't know if I don't know exactly where we should put that in, right? But it's kind of cool that the idea is very nice. The idea is very nice. I would have not have thought about it immediately, right? So this is the place where AI really helps. Because it makes you think to stuff that you would not think by yourself, right? Somehow. I mean, it's probably also true the opposite, right? You think to stuff that the AI doesn't think, but it's a good sparring partner. So basically, oh, by the way, this is never used. Huh? Interesting. This is a secondary frequency value. The poker and exactly. I think is, I mean, having this function, I think that extracting a value now. Evaluate hand, right? Evaluate hand is extracting. Calculate hand strength. And evaluation. Where did he define that? I think he defined it somewhere, I hope. Yeah, it's here. And the type and the value. Ah, true. Yep, because actually, well, we have it because we have it in the tiebreaker, right? The tiebreaker is keeping exactly that, so it's the same logic. Because if I have a 5 of a kind, right? Let me see. If I have a 5 of a kind, right? My tiebreaker exactly is the number. Yeah, exactly. We have it. We have it. So it's very, very similar to this code, right? It's nearly identical to what we have. Yes. Yes, very good. So okay, so with that hand is doing the calculate hand strength, right? So there is a function that is returning how strong this is between 0 and 1. Is it good to normalize it between 0 and 1? Well, yeah, I would say yes, because anyway, we are now, how we can do this? I don't know. Calculate the relative land strength on a scale from 0 to 1. So he's saying my 5 of a kind is a 1. My 4 of a kind is a 0.85. There is a 7. There is a 6. There is a... But is this really based on the probability? Is this really based on the probability, or is just distributed across 0 to 1? I think it's just distributed. It may be okay, but I guess if you have a 5 of a kind, so I think my question is, let me see the rest of the code. Score based on the end value. Evaluate end value divided by 6. Because 6 is the possible highest value. So you basically divide, so the end value is the tiebreaker, right? So it's giving 1/6 of the value to the tiebreaker. So if he's 6, it becomes 1. If not, is a percent. So then he's multiplying one by the other, or what is doing? Then he's giving a weight of 0.8 to the score plus a 0.2 to the value score. Yeah, the problem is that this is not resulting in a 0 to 1 then. No? Ah, no, it is, because it's multiplying 0802. Yeah, it is. It is. I think it's a very good reasoning. The only problem I think is that this is completely off, right? Hello, who joined? Hello, Neris. Hey, thank you for the raid. And welcome. How are you? How is your game proceeding? We are working on a function where our NPC can actually play dice with us and can bet or raise or fold the dice. It's kind of a poker game with dice. And what I'm trying to understand are how the NPC should play, right? So we are trying to understand how the NPC should play. And at the moment, what I was thinking, okay, let's discuss about this part of the code. Is it based on, so it seems to me that you just distributed the combinations, or the how are this thing called, hand type, distributed the hand types from 1 to 0, but is that calculating the probability of each hand type? But isn't better to distribute that based on the actual probability of getting that hand type? So what I want to say, right, is that the AI, it was a long stream, my brain is exploding. Okay, trying to make the server work inside a Kubernetes cluster. Oh, I see. Because you want what? You want sharding of some kind? So I think that what it did at the moment, it just distributed things kind of evenly, right? But I don't think that getting a 5 of a kind is, I don't think that getting a 5 of a kind is only 0.15 harder than getting a 4 of a kind. No? Well, maybe, I mean, being 5 dice and this being a 4 of a kind and 5 of a kind, probably yes. But like getting this, right? Or getting this, I feel that, I don't know, let me ask him and see what he answers, right? Yeah, the scoring doesn't reflect the actual probability of getting each hand type, which should be more mathematically sound. The current scoring distribute the values on an arbitrarily longer scale from 0 to 1. Yeah, exactly. This is what I'm saying. A better approach would be to base the scoring on the actual probability of achieving each end. Oh my god, it's deleting the... Look at that. It's deleting that part of the code and is rewriting just that piece. Oh my god, I never seen this. I never seen this. Did you see that? It didn't regenerate the whole thing, right? It didn't regenerate the whole thing. It just regenerated this piece. Oh wow, that's pretty amazing, bro. That's pretty amazing. This AI is becoming better and better every day. Every day. Okay, so yeah, I'm using the AI like regularly now for any kind of discussion. It's like discussing with someone, so it helps a lot. And plus, it's able to generate code, right? So, and now you have a limitation. You cannot really generate infinitely unless you pay. I could pay. I think the value is very high, right? The value of what he created here and the idea that he gave me are definitely worth more than $20 that I pay a month if I pay, right? So is I think the value that you get is super high. So what he said is that now that I asked him, right, to do it on a probability based, right, on a probability based, he actually calculated the probability of getting a 5 of a kind, right? And the probability is 0.077%. I don't know if this calculation is correct. We will have to assume that it is. I don't know if any one of you has good mathematical and statistical skills, but I hope he considered all the 6, right, permutations of that. But I assume it did. I hope it did. But anyway, after doing that, so like this is 0.77, this is 1.93, this is 3.86, right? Let me just see. So the straight, getting a straight is 0.026. So it's actually lower. Yeah, obviously. It is lower than getting a 5 dice of the same number. Yes, it is, because the 5 dice of the same number, you have 6 possibilities, while the 5 consecutive number, pretty much you only have 2 possibilities, right? You have 1 to 5 and 2 to 6. So this is actually a third, well, is 2/5 of this number, right? So it seems to be correct, actually. For whatever I can reason with my small human brain. But yeah, it seems to be kind of reasonable. So 3 of a kind is 16%, 2 pairs is 23%, 1 pair is 46%, and no matching dice. Oh wow, no matching dice is actually such a lower percentage. It's like 8% that you don't get anything, right? Okay. Now, how did he readapt this table then? I think he did the opposite of what it should have been done, though. No? I mean, he basically gave... I don't understand. This number seems to be all wrong. Huh? What? No, I think this is correct. But the score gaps now better represent the relative rarity of each combination. For example, there is a small gap between 5 of a kind and a sequence, both extremely rare. There is a small gap between 5 of a kind and sequence, both extremely rare. Yeah, exactly, but bro, here is 0.05 distance. Here is 0.1 distance. Yeah, probably is correct though. It is a 3% distance. It is a 20% distance. Yeah, it's probably correct actually. Now that I think about it. So he basically divided by, right? He basically took the... I mean, the way I would do it, I would sum up all these numbers and then divide it, and then divide them by the total, right? So like 8.3% scaled. Yeah, but why this number is not 8.3? I don't understand. So if the total of these probabilities is 100, right? And the total of these numbers is 1, why the numbers do not correspond? Because they are not in the right sequence. Okay, they're not in the right sequence. No, but they must be, because so the distance between because I have to do this minus this. Yeah, sorry. Yeah. So I have to do this minus this, which is 20%. Okay, and I have to do this minus this. Yeah, but for example, you know, from here to here there is 20%, and from here to here there is also 20%, but this is 23 and this is 46. So how the hell does this match? I don't understand it. Huh? Yeah, because in reality these numbers are not representing the probability to get that number, but represents the value that we associate when we get this combination, right? So we are saying that this one is the maximum because it's the rarest hand. This one is the second rarest, and so we give him a 5% on top of that. So it's 0.95, so it's very clear. Yeah, no, I think it's correct now that I think about it this way. Yeah, I think it's correct actually. Now the problem is that on top of this you have to add the you have to add the tie break, right? Yes, which is okay, fantastic. Now the 0.8 to 2 I think is also a bit random, right? So what he's saying is that the type score is 0.8, so it's 80% of the evaluation, and 20% I think is okay though, because I think that this one is very hard to evaluate mathematically correct, because it really depends on what you will get next. Well, here we are evaluating the whole hand without thinking to what we will get next, right? Yeah. Okay, I think this piece is good. We get it. I think it's very good. So this will be called, we already have an evaluate dice hand, right? But this is just returning the hand that you have. This one we call it what? Calculate hand strength. Yeah, let's call it evaluate dice hand strength. So it's similar to this, but it's not identical to that, right? Evaluate checks all the dice you have and returns the highest combination plus the tie break, the tie breaker. Right, that is what it's doing. We also have an E straight. Are we using this E straight in? I'm probably using it here in the evaluation. Yeah. Yeah, we have it in a separate function. But are we calculating the positions here or no? No, we just sort it, right? We don't care if they are sorted or not sorted, right? Again, I don't know. I don't want to revisit that. So based on the hand, calculates the strength between 0, 0 and 1. Strength, yeah. Okay, so this one is this block. That obviously in our world, it's a bit of a pity I didn't tell him what were our structures, but we have I don't remember how we called it. We called it. Come on. We called it. Yeah, this is our E-dice poker combination. Yeah, unfortunately, it's not the same, right? No, please. Okay. Now this one should take what? Yeah, now the tiebreaker value, I think we can get the tiebreaker value of 0. But it's not really true though. It's not really true. It's not really true. Because the tiebreaker value are multiple values, right? The first value is the, like if you have a 5 of a kind, the first tiebreaker is the number that you have on the 5. But if you have a 4 of a kind, right? If you have a 4 of a kind, then you have 2 tiebreakers. You have one tiebreaker that is the actual number, and the other is the leftover dice that will be used, right? In case. So you see, in this case you have 2, right? So you have the single number plus the quad. And that is not calculated. Do we want to exclude it? Do we have tiebreaker values in all the cases, by the way? We have 2 here, we have 2 here. We have 2 here. We have 1 here, which is the highest card, yes. We have 2 here. We have 1 here. And we have 3. We have 3 here. And here we have the highest die, which is only 1. What is this? All dice values. Oh shit, it's all the ones. That is not very nice. But yeah. Yeah, so in theory, right? In theory, this is not really correct, because you should calculate the value score by each combination, because each combination has a different value score. So for example, on the high die, right, the value score is the average of the remaining dice, right? Yeah. And on the one pair is I don't know even what it is, but is the it's still the number plus the remaining numbers, because they have an influence, but they don't have as much as an influence as the pair, which is the one that will be so I don't know. I think it's a bit hard to do this calculation for the tiebreakers, right? I mean, like here is correct, right? Like this tiebreaker. I mean, I can do it differently. I just don't want to make it a science project, but in theory, right, if you want to do it right, this is actually correct, because here you only have a 5 of a kind, you don't have anything else, right? But here is already a bit wrong, right? If you do it this way, because you are considering only the first tie break, which is the number in which you so you will have to consider no, here is correct because it's the sequence. Sorry, here is correct. It is correct because it's already taking the highest value of the sequence. The tie break is the highest value of the sequence. But here, exactly, here on the 4 of a kind, you have two tiebreaker. You have this one, and then you have the reminder. And the reminder, which is the 5th die, but I think is super small, right, compared to this, so we could probably ignore it. Yeah, I think we could probably ignore it, now that I think about it. But here it will start to be very wrong, right? If we do this, this is kind of wrong, because this is taking the first tiebreaker, and I don't think they are even ordered by, so it can be a 6 or a 1. Well, actually it's adding the triples first, but so like if you have 66655 versus 22211, right? You see the difference? I mean, it's a huge difference. You're gonna beat so many other combinations with 66655, right? You're gonna beat so is at least, yeah, so at the moment we are considering only the first one, and we are not considering the second. So if you have 66655 instead of 66611, they will have the same value for the NPC. I think it's an approximation. I think we can probably live with that. But this one is where it starts to be wrong, right? I mean, I could do an average of the two numbers. So if I do an average of the two numbers, do you think that will make it or not? Will make it better? So if I take if I take 6 and 1, right? If I take 6 and 1 and I do 7 divided by 2 versus, which is 3.5, versus 6 plus 5 divided by 2. So the second combination will be valued 5.5 versus 3.5. Yeah, I think it's correct actually. I think it's correct. So I think it should be, so to do it right, right? To do it right, you should do the first one plus the second one divided by 2 and then divided by 6, right? Where you know that this is the average, right? And then you take the average. Now obviously the average will be lower than, so in this case you can never reach 1, right? Because it's impossible that you have 666 and then another pair of 66, because this makes it a 5 of a kind, right? So your highest combination is 66655. And in this case, I'm not making it and not making it full. Fuck. Okay, but I think it's a pace that we can pay, right? Like an average. I mean, this average is not perfect. Unless I scale it up, but I don't know exactly how to scale it up to a proper value. So I think we leave it like this, just saying that this is not 100% correct, as 66655 is not 1, right? But it will be 5.5, right? It will be 5.5 that divided by 6, it will be 0.91, right? But it's fine. So we are losing. No, the only problem is that, you know, we are losing 0.09% that gets multiplied by 0.20%. 0.08% that then gets multiplied by 0.2%, and so we are losing 0.016%. So we are losing 1.5%, right, due to this incorrect calculation here. So it means that the fortress, which is the full house, the fortress will be 1.5% less strong than the other combinations. So it's very annoying. I mean, can I scale it back? I mean, it's okay, but can I scale it back? Can I just say 1.5 plus, or how do I scale it back to? Because basically I have to scale 0.91 to 1, right? Huh? Yeah, exactly. But I'm not sure. I don't want to go over 1, right? So I think I will just leave with the. I will just leave with the. I will just leave with that. I will just leave with that, guys. Let's move on. It's fine. Now here we have the same problem, because the 3 of a kind is actually having 2 single dice. And the point is, how do we consider what is the right? Are we considering only the 3 of a kind, and the other 2 we don't care? If we have like 66644, or do we care? I mean, if we do it standard, right? If we do it standard, here we will have the number, right? The number of the 3 of a kind. So if it's 666, this will be 6. If it's 555, this will be 5. But the other 2 numbers that we have are not factored in any possible way. And does it bother me? No. I mean, little, very little, very little. But we cannot do this, right? We cannot do this, because if we do this, if we give to the single dice the same weight of the 3 of a kind, is completely off, right? So I don't know what is the percentage, but I think that it should be like 10%, influencing this like 10% or so, right? But it's fine. I think it's fine. Now the two pairs, I think we can do the average with the same logic that we did here, right? It's exactly the same logic. It's exactly the same logic, and it's exactly the same fuck up, right? Because Really? What? Inside a case I can do this? It looks so ugly. Like if he's going through this, he's defining this, and then he's going here? No, what do you mean? No! Okay, never define a variable inside a case, I would say. Because that looks super ugly. Okay. Okay, so this is the same problem, right? Because 6655 is not 91, is not 1%, but 91%, and also we are not considered, plus we are not considering the single dice, right? The dingle, no, the single dice. Okay, the single die. Now here that we have the one pair, it's also pretty wrong, right? Because here we are considering it's not correct, because as the 3 single dice are not evaluated, right? So here we are considering only the one pair. So this one pair will be slightly higher in evaluation compared to the, yeah, exactly. And now here it's completely fucked. And so what we have to do, we have to, now how do we calculate? I mean, in this case was, what is it, right? Do we evaluate always the highest die or not? And is the highest die always sorted? I think the first one is probably sorted. Is it? Yeah, it is sorted. So we take the highest. I mean, yeah, it's not too bad, but it's not. Anyway, the type score here is 0, right? We consider only the highest die. Okay, I think it's fine. I think thinking about it, you know, probably this value was enough, right? Was enough. I mean, here we are improving it a bit. Here we are improving it a bit, but overall, pretty much, you know, it is good. It's pretty much good as it was. Okay. Okay, nice. So we have this function. This function is given a hand, giving you the strength between 0 and 1. Now, I think the very hard one is this one. But before going here, let me understand what... I mean, is it really true that if we have only 3 dice, if I have only 3 dice, their strength is different because I may get a higher combination later on? Well, it's true in the case of a sequence, right? Because if I have 1, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, I have 1 in a 6 probability to get a straight, right? Oh my god. That is interesting. So yeah, so this is why it's doing this calculate improvement probability, right? It's doing that because the possibility that my hands improves really depends on what I have in my hand. No, sorry, it's not this one. It's calculate improvement probability. Yeah, exactly. When we have only 3 dice, the calculate probability improvement n is equal to 0. Yeah, correct. And when sort dice count by frequency. I don't understand what it's doing here. Oh, dice counts. Yeah, but this is what we did already, right? Calculate the probability based on the current end pattern. So if you have a 3 of a kind, probability of getting a 4 of a kind or a fortress. Need one more of the same number or a pair of something else. So improvement probability is 9 divided by 36. Oh my god, here we are going into the realm of in the impossible for my brain, but fine. The one pair, probability of getting 3 of a kind, 2 pair or better. Divided by 36. So let me try to understand this, right? So 9 divided by 36 is 25%. So what we are saying is that we have a 25% chance to get a 3 of a kind. And here, well, to get a 4 of a kind or a fortress. And here with one pair, we are saying that we are so this is 25%. This is how much? It is 27%. So basically what he's saying is that this position is a slightly better position for improvement. So I have more room of improvement. True, but I also have more die that need to be rolled, so okay, I'm in a better position because I have more possibilities open. True, but I think it's a way more risky position to be in, right? so I think he's reasoning the opposite of what it should be done, no? Because if you have a 3 of a kind, well, I mean, he's then adding the base chance plus the probability of improvement, I guess. So, but yeah, what this thing is saying is that, oh, you have a 27% chance here. No, 25% here. You have a 27% chance here. And you have a 41% chance here, right? Because here basically you don't have anything, right? So not having anything, your potential is very high. Yeah, well, it's true actually. So if you want to play risky, right? If you want to play risky, and you are so if your attitude is to be a very risky person, and you are in this situation, you may decide to bet a lot anyway, right? But obviously, you are gonna lose a lot if you do that often, because you are starting from a shit position, and potentially your opponent is starting from a way better position, right? But I think I like this idea. I just don't understand why he did all of this, right? This is completely useless. Because he's sorting all this mess, you know, you see what he's doing, and then he's not using it. But yeah, it's fine. But it's fine. But this is reasonable, right? I think we will put it in as a reasoning, but I don't know if I'm gonna use it actually. But I think the reasoning is correct. So we will add a calculate. Wait a second though. What did he say? That if we are... if we are already at 5. Yeah, if we are already at 5, yes. Yeah, so this would be another function. It would be a static float. Evaluate improvement probability. And the... Yeah, the input is still my hand, right? Yeah, the input is still my hand. The input is still my hand. How much can we improve our hand with the next die rolls? From 1 to 0. Right? So I think I like this, but it's way simpler, right? It's only this piece pretty much, right? It's only this piece. And this piece maybe. Well, and this piece, yeah, that. So, but I like this. I like the reasoning. I think the reasoning is very nice. I think I would have never done it this way by myself unless, you know, I would have, you know, I mean, thinking for a long time. So AI really helped me here significantly, I would say. I don't know why the indentation is all fucked. That I don't understand. So no, sorry. Right. Okay. So that is okay. I think we can somehow, right? Why saying that this variable is not used? Huh? Is reassigned in all path before being used. Well, okay, but you know, I want to see it here at the beginning. But anyway, because you have a default, yeah, okay, but fine. Okay, this is very nice. I think this is very nice. Now the real problem is wait. There is also this. There is also this at the beginning, which is which is if. So when we have when we have already 5. But we don't know. We don't know. So actually this one we have to do it outside of this function, right? Yeah, we have to do it outside of the function. So before calling this, if we already have 5 dice, the improvement probability is 0. Because from the poker hand, I don't think I can get my... No, I cannot. I fucked up something. I fucked up. I fucked up. You know why? Because when you have only 3 dice, right? When you have only 3 dice, you don't have the tie break in a lot of cases. Wait, we don't have the tie break. Yeah, you don't have the second tie break. You don't have the second tie break. Yeah, that's true. Well, no, by the way, that is wrong. I have to do 0 and 1. No, that is okay because you have 5. To have this, you need to have 5 dice. To have this is valuable. This is valid. To have this is valid. Apart that this was wrong, but when you are here, no, that is still valid. When you are here, that is still valid. Okay, fine. No, I think they're all valid. They're all valid. Okay, so now we have the strength of the hand and we have the potential improvement probability based on the next dice that we will get, right? So let me see then what it's doing. Make initial betting decision. Evaluate the current hand. Okay, and we have that already. Evaluate the strength, and we have it. Evaluate the improvement probability, and we have it just with the note that we have to exclude it when we have the 5 dice, but it's okay. So let's go back to our evaluation, right? Which obviously the complexity is here, right? It's not here. For the high score, it's super easy because you just calculate your high score. But okay, so this comes from minigame poker rules. Minigame poker rules. Okay. What? You mean? What do you mean you cannot? Because the names are different. Evaluate end strength. Right? Current player. What? Current player. No, we need to do the evaluation, huh? Well, actually, we already did the evaluation because we did it when we rolled. So if we do it again, yeah, that's the problem. I mean, because when we roll the dice, right, we actually have the... we don't store it. I think we don't store it. No. We don't store it, boys. So we have to redo it. I mean, we can redo it. It's just one function call, but it's a bit of a pity that we do the calculation twice, right, for nothing. Basically, when we roll... Yeah, when we roll, which is here, right? We do the roll, and then after the roll, we do the get current result text, right? This thing, and this thing is actually doing the evaluation. Yeah, so it's calling evaluate dice hand, right? Which is a bit annoying because we will have to do it twice then. And this calculation is kind of complex. Well, it's on very small number of elements, right? So at the end, this executes in milliseconds, right? Because it's just sorting an array with 5 things, right? So it's super quick. And all the rest is just very, very simple. Yeah, so I think we can do it again. It's a bit of a pity to do it again, but fine. I don't want to, because otherwise we have to store the result and it's kind of annoying. I mean, I can do it. I can store on the mini player the latest, highest result. The problem is that then I have to... No. I have to then clear it if you fold. It's too complex. Let's just do it twice and GG. So the first thing that we have to do, we have to evaluate the hand. And this will be the player hand. Well, actually, I mean, actually we were going for the NPC hand, but I think we have to do both, right? We have to do both if we are in the betting, if we are in the second phase. And we know if we are in the second phase only by so if the NPC player, right, if the NPC player dice dropped num is equal to 5, then we already have 5 dice, right? If you already have 5 dice, if you already have 5 dice, I think we can do all of this without any problem. But if we have only 3 dice, right, the situation changes a bit, because I can still evaluate my hand, which is fine, but then the probability, I mean, now what I want to say is that in the case of 5, I can also look at the other player first 3 dice that have been rolled, right? So Now, the only problem is that the NPC sees only the first 3 dice. So I will have to... strip it, right? I will have to strip it. Because here we have all 5, right? So if we evaluate all 5, we are obviously cheating. No, wait a second. Wait a second. When we have all 5, we can only look at the first 3. When we have 3, we see nothing. We only see our dice. Exactly. So when we have 5 dice, we can look at our 5 and the opponent's 3. When we have 3 dice, we look at our 3 dice only. Okay, so that's the theory, right? So in this case, I can look at my NPC hand full, right? And this is my NPC hand strength. But then I will have to calculate the player hand strength using only the 3 dice I see, right? And to do that, I have to split this array. I have to basically remove the last 2 elements of this array, right? I think so. How do I do that? How do I do that? Hey, I have to 4 3 times, or I just have to get, or I just do. Oh, something happened. Okay, or I just have to say. I mean, we are sure that we have those dice, right? So we can safely. I think we can safely do this, even if it's a bit ugly, right? But we can safely do this, right? So we add only the first 3, because I don't think we are rearranging, are we? No. We are never rearranging them. The dropped, we are never rearranging them. So these are really the first 3, right? That we see. So we evaluate the player hand using only the first 3 dice that we see. Right? And so now we have the NPC hand strength and the player hand strength. And I don't have any improvement potential, right? Because, exactly. While here is easier, because here I'm only looking at my stuff. I'm only looking at my stuff. Plus, we have the improvement probability. Right? That is this. Which is again on a 0-1 scale, right? And the improvement probability takes my hand, right? In NPC, this is the NPC improvement probability. In theory here I could look at the other player improvement probability. Yeah. No, because we see only the first three. Yeah, I would say so. I mean, if we want to do it full, we can do it full, yes. So this is the player, right? Improvement probability. So the player improvement probability is starting from the player hand, yes. Okay, so now we have all these nice numbers, right? Now the problem is, what the hell do we do with all of this? What the hell do we do with all these nice numbers, right? So we have the NPC end strength, the player end strength, and the player improvement probability in the first case. Then we have the NPC end strength, the NPC improvement probability in the second case. Actually, this case probably should be first because it's happening, right? Is happening first. So okay. Just because logically this happens before the other, right? First we see the 3 and then we see the 5, right? But okay. Okay, like this. So now what do we do? So he's doing this. And then is calculating the odds. Bet to pot ratio. So he's doing the player bet divided by the current pot plus the player bet. No, here there is a fundamental problem, right? I don't want to, I mean, I don't care how much he bet, do I? I mean, isn't this reasoning a percentage of raise? I mean, I don't want to do a reasoning on the amount, or do I? Like if there are 1,000 coins in the pot, or there are 10,000, is my willingness to raise different? I think my willingness to stay or match is different, but my willingness to raise, considering that I will not raise a percentage, but I will raise a fixed value, I think is the same, no? Adjusted strength, end strength plus improvement probability multiplied by personality risk total. Yeah, you see that is multiplying the, yeah, is using the improvement probability on the risk. Yeah, that, like I was saying before, right? So if you have a lot of possible improvement and you are a risky person, then you go for that, right? But I don't know if I really like this part. Adjusted strength. Add bluff. How do you say bluff? Add bluffing factor. Small random chance of bluff based on personality. Bluff roll random. No, I clicked. Why this thing when you click something is popping up shit? No, stop. I didn't ask you anything in reality. Sorry. Decision threshold adjusted by aggression. Decision threshold adjusted by aggression. Fold threshold 0.2 plus personality aggression multiplied by 0.1. Fold the trend. Then he's taking a decision, right? So based on his strength in the fold trend. So basically, what he's doing, you know, he has it's like if he has a bar, right? He has a bar from 1 to 0, right? And this bar goes up based on the strength of his current hand, right? And the strength, so let's say that his current hand is here, right? So he evaluates his current hand and he says, oh, I'm up here. And then what he's doing is deciding a threshold to fold. So if my score, so the threshold to fold is, for example, in this case 0.2, right? So he's saying if my hand is above the folding threshold, multiplied by my aggression, how aggressive I am, right? Which anyway is modifying that a bit. I may decide to, so basically this value is kind of a resilience to having a low hand, right? So even if you have a low hand but you're very aggressive, you still stay, right? You still stay in and see what happens. Which I kind of really like the concept. I think the concept is very nice. I just don't know how it will play out, but I think the concept is very nice, right? So the risk tolerance is multiplied by your improvement possibility, and your bluff is the bluff factor, yes. And the fold of the raise is the aggression, how aggressive you are. How aggressive you are. How aggressive you are. So there is the fold threshold, right? And then we decide a rise threshold. And rise threshold is starting from 0.5. I think it makes sense, right? Because it means that you are average, right? If you are at 0.5, you are kind of average, right? So you are in the middle. So it is like a gray line, right? That is your average line, is in the middle. This is 0.5, right? And the 0.5 is the rise threshold. So if you know that you are above 0.5, you may want to raise. Right? Plus the personality aggression. Yeah. I think it makes sense, right? Does it make sense to you? I think it's not bad, actually. The reasoning is pretty good, actually. I like it. I mean, I want to understand how much the personality is actually swinging here, right? So I don't want the personality to swing that much, you know, for the fold. Or for the raise, right? So I think that the swing that we give with the personality should be reasonable. In fact, Here is 10% on the fold and 20% on the raise, right? Is 10% on the fold and 20% on the raise. Wow, also 20% down? Yeah, well, no, it's only going one direction. This thing is going only one direction, right? Because it's doing, yeah, it's multiplying it. Oh my god, this fucking explain. No, I don't want to explain. Yeah, because whenever I select, right, then this thing happens. I should not select, probably. But I like it because I think that way. So I will try not to select. So the rise, right, is 20%. So my aggression, I don't know, aggression sounds good. I don't know. My aggression is 20% up. I mean, it's raising the threshold. Why is raising the threshold up? We should put it down, no? Huh? Is this correct or what? Raise threshold. 0.5 plus. It's saying plus, right? Saying plus. So then it's checking if my strength is greater than the raise threshold, right? If the strength is greater than the raise threshold. But it's exactly the opposite. If my aggression is higher, I get, so let's say that my aggression is 1, right? So I'm super aggressive. So I will get a 20% more on the rise threshold. And based on this, I'm less likely to raise, right? So what the fuck? This is the opposite. On this line, it looks to me that you are, I mean, except that the aggression is the reverse, is from 1 to 0 instead of 0 to 1, but I don't think so. I mean, logically, right? The higher the value, yeah, exactly. Higher, more aggressive, right? It looks to me, so you are increasing the rise threshold if the person is more aggressive. So will be less likely to rise, no? I mean, if you push this line up, is less likely to raise, right? Yeah, absolutely. What the fuck? Right threshold actually makes the NPC less likely to raise and no more likely, which contradicts what we expect from an aggressive player. This is because the code rise. Yeah, exactly. Is wrong, my friend. Look at how cool it is when he's writing code in line. It's insane. I love it. It's love it that he's changing things on the fly. Is absurd. Okay, so now he's doing minus. Now he's doing minus. For whatever reason, he changed the default threshold from 0.2 to 0.3. And this from 0.6 to 0.15. But, okay, it's better. Definitely better. But why we want to have a default threshold of 0.3 up to 0.2? It's not bad. I would say it's not bad. And the rise threshold of 0.6. So if you are very aggressive, you go at 0.6. If you are zero aggressive, you go at 0. What? Oh my god, is it wrong again? No, wait. Is it wrong again? No. 0.6. So if I'm super aggressive, I lower the rise. Yeah, exactly. I lower the rise threshold below 50%. Yeah, but below 50%, bro, it makes no sense. Below 50%? Nah, I think below 50% you should do it only if you are bluffing. So I think that below 50% should be bluff. So you should decide the bluff, right? I think you should decide the bluff if you are lower than 50. Imagine testing this, but anyway. We will have to test it somehow. Oh my god. Less likely to bluff in the final round. Smaller boost than initial round. Yeah, but anyway, I like this, so I think we should put it in. Now the only problem is, how the hell do we put it in? How the hell do I put this in? I think we should here define, for now let's hardcode the personality, right? Let's hardcode it for a second, then we will move it to the real NPC. But what we said is that our NPC has 3 values, right? Our NPC has 3 values. And right? They must have a value. I don't know what, but they must have a value. So if I say 0.5, does it mean that I get the average, or should I say 0? So is 0.5 the average, or what? Is 0.5 the average? Well, if I'm average aggressive, if I am average aggressive, no, if I'm average aggressive, I want already to lower like this, right? If I'm 0 aggressive, I am at 0.5, right? If I'm 0 aggressive, I'm at 0.5. Let me think about it. Logically, right? If I'm a person that is 0 aggressive, I will fold at 0.2%, 20%, and I will raise only at 0.51. Yes, correct. So 0 actually is, yeah. So the default is 0. The default is, yeah, I think it's fine. And the bluff, if I'm 0 bluffing, okay, and if I'm 0 risk tolerant, okay, good. 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 So now... Okay. So now we say that... I don't understand why here we have two functions, one for the initial betting and another for the final betting, right? I don't understand the difference too much. Shouldn't the reasoning be identical? No, because you have the risk factor of the probable improvement. Well, yes, but but I'm not sure I want to use that. So for example, here is using aggression 01, 015, and here is using 0102. So it's using slightly different values based on the round we are in. I don't know, this is maybe too much fine-tuning to me. It's a bit too much. I don't know if I want to do that. I think our NPC should be pretty much, you know, the same. I mean, this calculation should be pretty much the same between the two rounds. Even if I understand the risk factor, right? Because the risk factor is influencing this a lot. Because basically... So I think the first thing we should do, we should decide if we bluff or not. Right? And I think that the decision to bluff is extremely dependent on the 0.5 median value, right? So it's dependent on this. Because I want to bluff only if I'm below this, right? Or not. Well, I may bluff, I mean, I may be here and pretending that I'm here. So in reality, I could bluff also, right? If I'm at this value, because I'm just pretending I have more. Now, how much is more? Like if I have a 3 of a kind and I'm betting like 3 millions, maybe, you know, I'm bluffing that I have a 5 of a kind, right? So the problem would be to establish a value. How much is worth, right? How much is worth? That will be another problem that we have to tackle in a second, but maybe not now, maybe not yet, but we will have to tackle that problem. So at the moment, the only thing that I'm thinking to keep it simple is that if I'm below 0.5, I have a percentage of. But before arriving to the 0.5, I need a way to compare my hand with the other player hand, right? Right? So let me try this. I don't know if you can do it. How do we weight? How do we weight? The question is, how do we weight, right? How do we weight the NPC hand strength versus the player hand strength? Starting from this, can you write only the code? Can you write only the code? To make the betting decision. To make the betting decision, considering that bluff will kick in when below 0.5 of the final evaluation. I don't know if he can do it. Let me try, but I mean, what I'm asking is kind of complex. But let's see. Make NPC betting decision. I hope he's using my code somehow. Ah, yes, he's copying my code 1-to-1. Okay, good. Well, not really. But he's using it. Yeah, he's using my thing. Okay. I think he understood. Well, here is fucking up a bit. He did something, huh? He did something. It's insane. Working with AI anyway is super fun, guys. If you didn't do it yet, you should. I mean, it's really weird. I mean, if you are a programmer and you know, you always solve problems by yourself or anyway just with some googling and copy things, having someone like this. I'm using Claude, and I think Claude is actually pretty good at this because you always have the code view on the right side, and it is very powerful. Also, it seems to be better to me than ChatGPT in code generation. Right? It looks like it's better, and it's super fun actually. It's super fun. Do. Sorry, I got distracted by a message. So let's see what he's doing, right? So basically what I told him, hey, this is my code that I'm using now to actually have the NPC. But yeah, before going to 3, let me go to the 5 because this is the complex one, right? The 5 is the complex one. So so yeah, player visibility, yeah, player employee, yeah. Compare our full end to the player visible end plus their improvement potential. Player estimated strength. We do player visible end strength plus player improvement probability multiplied by 0.7. What the fuck? You crazy 0.7? What? And why didn't you use NPC hand? Huh? Adjust our strength based on comparison with opponent's estimated strength. PTC end strength greater than player estimated strength multiplied by 1.3. What are these crazy numbers now? 1.3 is like, you know, the other side of 0.7, but I don't understand why we have these numbers now. Our end is significantly better than what we can see of the opponent. NPC end strength. Because we only see 70%. Yeah, we see 60. How much we see? We see 3 divided by 5, no? We see 60%. Why is 0.7? Huh? I don't understand the 0.7. Should be 0.6. I don't know. Adjust our strength based on the comparison of the opponent's estimated strength. NPC end strength greater than player estimated strength by 1.3. Our end is significantly better than what we can see of the opponent. NPC end strength greater than player estimated strength multiplied by 1.3f. Huh? I'm confused. I don't know. Visible hand plus improvement by 0.7. Because basically he's saying that, you know, the improvement, I mean, considering I'm not seeing some dice that have been rolled already, is boosting the improvement by so much. But I don't think I should take my... I don't know. Yeah, maybe yes, I should take my decision based on the potential improvement. It's giving so much weight to the potential improvement, right? And it's going up to a total of 2. Right? Because this could be 1. And this could be 1. So here is a plus. So it's going up to 2, giving a significant weight to the player improvement probability. And then is saying if our strength, let's say that we have a 5 of a kind, right? So the strength is 1, so we are Jesus, and the player, no, let's not do that. Let's say that we have a 3 of a kind, so we are like 0.5 something, right? Or how much we are with a 3 of a kind? With a 3 of a kind, we are at... With a 3 of a kind, we are at 0.55. Okay, slightly above, right? We are slightly above. We are slightly above. The player, let's say that I see that the player only has a pair, right? So I see that the player only has a pair. So the player is at 0.15. So yes, I am significantly better, even considering the possible player improvements, right? Then what do we do? Then we add to our strength a 0.2. I don't know why the 0.2, but anyway, we are adding some stuff to our strength, saying, hey, I'm better than him, so my strength is higher. Yeah, I think it makes sense. If it's the opposite, I'm lowering it. Okay. If it's the same, then I go back to my strength. Okay, fine. I understand this now. I don't know if I agree with the numbers, but anyway, I understand the logic. So now what do we do? If after seeing this, I am still below the 0.5, then I go with the bluff. Yeah, exactly. This is what I wanted to do. Yeah. Something like that. Less likely to bluff in the final round, especially if the player has strong visible cards. Bluff factor, aggression. So we still have the same thing, right? We have the bluff factor, which is the personality, and we have the aggression. But where is the risk factor? Did he remove the risk factor or what? I think he removed the risk factor, yeah. I don't know why. I don't know why he removed the risk personality factor. I think it was nice. Yeah, he fucked up. He removed it. Uh-oh. He's doing something crazy. Uh-oh. Uh-oh, it's changing everything. Ah, no, he just added the risk tolerance. Okay. He added the risk tolerance, and the risk tolerance, he added it where? Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Uh-oh, his reasoning, boys. Uh-oh. I don't know what he's doing. He's writing at the top. I think this is fucking... I think he fucked up a bit. He's writing at the top outside of the function. But then he's putting it back in. Uh-oh. This became way bigger, boys. This became way bigger. Wow, this became way bigger. This became super big. This is my code, right? NPC hand strength improvement probability by risk tolerance. Yeah, exactly. I think it should be by risk tolerance, right? The improvement probability is on the risk. The bluffing factor is below 0.5 after the evaluation with the enemy. But yes, when we are in the 3 dice, we don't have the enemy information, right? So it's definitely simpler. And then there is a fall threshold and a rise threshold. But then I don't understand how he's using this fall threshold here, right? Because then, you know, it's declaring the variable here and then it's doing else. I think he fucked up. Because this else, right? This else finishes here. And then he's using the fall threshold again. I guess here. Yeah, I think he fucked up with the parentheses. But it's fine. I mean, the logic. So let me just review. Where are we here? We are in evaluate bet. Yeah, but the point is that I would like to exit with. I think he got confused by my code because I actually have this float inside of these things. And so he pretty much did the same, right? He defined the floats inside, but then he's using them outside. Which is wrong, obviously, but I gave him that suggestion. You see that this fall threshold is defined here, but then he's using it here. So it's kind of broken, but fine. But I think the logic, I like the logic. I think the logic is fine. So what we will do, so float threshold and rise threshold should be declared outside of the if player dropped, right? Yeah. Ah, fuck. I cannot type anymore. I finished my free plan. I'm very tempted to pay monthly now. I think it's very good. It's very good. But anyway, let's see if we can go on by ourselves from here, because anyways, is basically all the logic is here, right? And I think is good. So basically what we are saying is that I have to decide my final bluff threshold and my final fold threshold and rise threshold, right? And then and these are already including the personal factors. Right? So I don't understand why he's doing it twice, right? So first is deciding a threshold and then is adding to my strength. I think that is one or the other, no? Because he probably wants to have a boost of bluffing for the first, most likely to bluff with weak hands, less likely with strong hands. Yes, that I agree. Yeah, but adjust the strength. Okay, let me try this. So that is the strength of my hand. So actually I need to have one for the NPC and one for the... No, I think I just need one for the NPC, right? So strength of NPC hand after the adjustments for personality. after personality adjustments, right? So what we are saying is that here and this is what I don't understand, because he's saying, I understand adjust the strength less than bluff threshold, but then I don't understand anymore why he's doing the roll here already. Like, why he's doing a roll? Okay, so because he's randomizing the bluff. He's randomizing the bluff. Yeah, but we should do it at the end with everything else, no? And then bluff roll less than bluff factor. Add a random boost up to 0.3. So okay, so he's raising my strength by I don't like the way it's done. I don't like this. I think it's very confusing. I think this is very confusing. The way I would do it is just that I adjust my strength that I have here. First of all, I need to decide how much my improvement probability is weighting, right? So I have to do NPC adjusted strength is equal to NPC end strength plus the NPC improvement probability multiplied by the risk tolerance, right? So basically means that if I have 0 risk tolerance, I completely ignore my improvement probability, right? Because this is what we were, I think the previous code was better actually. What is the risk? Where is the can I go in the previous thing? Yes, I can. No, previous. Yes. Previous, right? So if you got risk tolerance, right? So risk tolerance here, it was... Yeah, risk by improvement probability equal to... Yeah, it's the same. It's the same, yes. Is the same. So if I have a 0, right, 0 risk tolerance, I basically don't even look at my future possibilities. I only look at my hand. And I think it's good, eh? It's good. I think it's a good reasoning. This one is a good reasoning. This one is a good reasoning. There is a good reasoning. The only problem is that if I do this, this number will go up to 2, right? Because it is 1 and this may become 1. So this number is no more between 0 and 1, which is kind of a problem. It's no more between 0 and 1. So this one is going above 1. But okay. And then I need to decide my fold threshold and my rise threshold exactly. And it is done by, yeah. And it is also done by personality, right? And I think that also this one should be done. I mean, this one should also be defined outside, no? Why I need to decide it here? I think I decided here. So if I'm 0 aggressive, my fold threshold is 0.2. If I'm very aggressive, my fall threshold goes down to 10%. I don't know, I think we should probably go with 0.3. I mean, this number will have to be tweaked a bit, but I think that if this is 0.3, I think is actually better. 0.2 sounds really low. Or 0.25. Anyway, we will see, right? But I think between 0.2 and 0.3 makes sense. Now, the rise threshold 0.5 is perfect. And if I'm very aggressive, I think this one is too strong, actually. It should be 0.1, right? I don't want to go that much far away from the medium point, right? Unless I'm bluffing. And by the way, this should be 0.6, we said, no? If I'm no, should be 0.5. 0.5. If I'm 0 aggressive, I rise only above 0.5. If I'm super aggressive, I raise at 0, I raise even at 0.4. Huh? I raise even at 0.4, but then it's bluffing, boys. If it's below 0.5, to me it's bluffing. So this is why I think that this should be 0.6. So if I'm 0 aggressive, I bluff at 0, I rise at 0, above 0.5. No? Seems to be a better reasoning. Yeah, I think so. If I'm 0 aggressive, I really need to be in the sunny side of the world to raise, right? Yeah, I think so. Okay, so with this setting, which I think is not bad, now the problem is the second part, because this is yeah, and then there is this make decision, which I would like to do at the end for both phases in the same way, based on the values that we add, right? So yeah, exactly. So if my NPC strength is less than the fall threshold, I do this, I do that, or I do this, right? Exactly. Exactly. I think it should be as simple as this. So now we have this part, and this part is slightly more complex because my NPC strength should be compared with my enemy, right? I think here there was not the enemy yet. So we have to go down and we have to go down and yeah, you see that he was using 0.6. He was using 0.6 for the raise. Yeah, exactly. But here we have an additional reasoning to do, which is to adjust our strength based on the comparison with the opponent estimated strength. Exactly. So here, player estimated strength. So here I'm adjusting only here, right? I have my adjusted strength. I really don't like this part. I think this part is fucked. I think this part is kind of fucked. I mean, I understand the idea, but the code is wrong, because what we are saying is this, right? Is So what he's saying is, oh, if I see that my strength is greater than the player's strength, then add 0.2. But I mean, why I should add 0.2, right? Why I'm not adding a proportional value based on the distance between my hand and the player's hand? Like if he has nothing and I have a 3 of a kind, right? I have to feel way more confident, not just 0.2, right? But I mean, we can go with it. We can go with this, but and I think I should do the same. By the way, I should have the player adjusted strength for the factor of risk. So I should look at my enemy in the same way I look at myself, right? So we should have a player adjusted strength, right? That is the player hand strength, the player end strength plus the player probability improvement multiplied by the risk by my risk tolerance, right? So that I look at that with the same eyes, right? If I'm risk tolerant, I say, you may get better stuff, right? You may get better stuff. If I'm not risk tolerant, I only look at what I see, right? I only look at what I see. And then, by the way, tomorrow is holiday in Italy, so I'm not working tomorrow, so I can continue tonight a bit more, even if, okay, it's already past midnight. But yeah, I want to finish this reasoning so that, because restarting it, I think it will be hard. So I want to at least finish the logic, and then so if my hand is so yeah, I want to I want to look at that multiplied by tolerance, and then I want to see if my strength if my which is this, huh? Sorry, we don't have the NPC improvement probability here. Why? Huh? Why we don't have this part? Ah, because we already have it all. Yeah, because we have it all. So there is no potential there. Yeah, there's no potential there. Yeah. True. So there is directly my NPC end strength versus the player adjusted strength. I don't understand this multiplied by 0.3. I don't understand what it means. So if I am greater than him, including my risk tolerance, it's multiplied by 1.3 because we are comparing this, which goes from 0 to 1, to this that potentially goes from 0 to 2. That's why. But from 0 to 2, well, the player improvement probability I don't know why here we do a calculation instead of just putting the number actually. So it is 0.25, right? That is what? 10 divided by 36. That is 0.27777. And this is what? It's 15 divided by... Yeah, because it did it this way, so you can do the reverse math, but... 0.41. So actually, at the maximum, right, this number... So this number will never be 1. At the maximum, this number is 0.41. At the maximum. So I think that it probably is probably doing the average of this. And the average may be 0.3. And so it's doing, yeah, I think is what it's doing. If I do 0.2 plus 0.25 plus 0.72777 plus 0.41, and then I divide it by 4, yeah, it's roughly 0.3. It's roughly 30% more. So what he's trying to do, right? What he's trying to do here with this multiply by 1.3 is that, so we multiply by 1.3 because the player improvement probability can be up to 30% more, right? I mean, it can be up to 30% more on top of the 1. So I think it actually makes sense. And the same when we evaluating the opposite. So if we are greater, we add. If we are lower, we if we are lower than 0, multiply by 0.7. Why is 0.7? Because you are removing the 30% of the variability. That's kind of weird. No, why? No, wait. No. This number should be the same, no? This number should be the same. Why 0.7? I mean, if I'm comparing with something, right, I want to... Right. I don't understand why he's saying significantly better or significantly worse, right? So we're just saying that it's better, not that it's significantly. This is why I was doing the 1.3 and the 1.07. I see. So it's like having a middle ground where you are pretty much the same and you don't give a shit. Okay. So in reality, the 1.3 was not due to the changed probability that you are comparing with, but was more to have a range. I see. I see the reasoning now. So this is, yeah, the significantly is why it's doing the 1.3 and the 0.7. But then what about this? Because this will boost it like 30% more. So this scale is no more from 0 to 1. It's from 0 to 1.4. Let me do it. Let me just put a comp because it's becoming a bit too complex, right? At the end, it's fine. So let me put a UE fix me. With player improvement prob, these two values are not equal. As NPC end strength goes from 0 to 1, while NPC player adjusted strength goes from 0 to 1.41. So is 40%, right? It could be 40% higher based on our risk tolerance. Okay, but I think apart from this, that we may increase this to 1.6, right? But fine. So it should be 40%. I don't know if it's 40% more the delta or 40% more the. Anyway, should be, yeah, like 30%, yeah, like 30% higher. Okay. Okay, so I think up to here we arrived. And so basically here we did the evaluation of our strength that now can be compared to the fall threshold that we have defined as this minus the aggressive factor, yes, and in this case we fold, and we said that if we fold we return -1, right? Which is concede actually in our nomenclature. And here we actually rise now the problem here is how much we rise, right? How much we rise. How much we rise. How much we rise. That's a big question. And I think that in this code there was some reasoning, right? There was determine the raise amount based on end strength and aggression, right? So rise factor is adjusted strength multiplied by 1 plus aggression multiplied by 1 plus because it goes above the strength. What? I don't understand this too much. Can you explain it, or also the explanation is not possible? I cannot. Cannot because I'm out of free messages. Adjust the strength, right? It is my strength. I'm also a bit tired now after all this reasoning and stuff, but adjust strength multiply by 1 plus aggression. My aggression can go from 0 to 1. So the maximum of this is that I multiply by 2, right? So there is minimum 1, maximum 2. And I'm multiplying my strength by that? Why? No, I see it. I see it. So it's basically to say, if you are 0 aggressive, you use your strength as a rise factor. Okay, I see. I think it makes kind of, yeah, it makes sense. It makes sense. I mean, it has a, yeah, I think, I don't know if I really like it, but it makes sense. So Okay, I use my NPC adjusted strength, right? And then we clamp to reasonable values. 1x to 3x, the minimum rise. I mean, this will depend on what what is on the table, right? On what is on the table. Is it a fair assumption to say that I'm raising based on what is on the table now? So if the player starts with 100 coins, I rise up to 300. If you start with 1000, it's 3000. I would say yes, is a reasonable assumption. I think it's not a bad idea. I think it's not a bad idea. So I go from 1 to 3. Well, 1, I mean, I should go from 1.1, right? Because 1 basically means no raise. Calculate the raise amount. Mean raise. What is the mean raise? Mean raise? Mean raise. Mean raise is a parameter coming in. But ensure the raise is at least the minimum bet. Cap raise at available chips. Okay, we can do this differently, but anyway, the point is that I think our raise can be from 1 to 1.1 maximum to 3, right? And well, 1 point, careful though, because here we are evaluating how much we want to bet. So wait a second, what is this? What is this? Because this is in the other case. In the other case, which is the high score, right? In this case, I don't know, guys. I have to redo all the reasoning with the other game type, because it is another game type, right? It's way easier because the high score is just taking the total score of the dice. So, but still, it's true that we can see the high score. The high score is usually in two hands, or what? That's a good point. I don't know. No, but I don't want to do the high score now, guys. This one is to do, okay? I don't want to do it now. I have to restart the reasoning for a completely different. So for now, the high score we would just match, right? 0 means match. Exactly, 0 means match, right? So what we are doing here is, if we say that we raise and we go 1, it means that we put pretty much the pot, right? The whole pot. So I think it's too much. 1 is too much. I think we should do from 0 point something, right? Wait, because if I do, wait a second. If I do 1, I go from 1 to 2, right? This is what we said. I go from 1 to 2. And if I do 1, I take my strength. If I feel that my strength is 1, but it is adjusted compared to the other player's strength. Yes, exactly. And I have a threshold, right? Because the threshold is the raise threshold that we have defined as 0.5. Well, 0.6 minus the aggression. Okay, fine. I don't know if this should be 1 or 0. Because if I leave it as 1 and we have 300 coins on the table, at the minimum it will raise 300 coins, right? Based on the strength. So you are basically, here you are basically declaring what you have in hand, right? Unless we randomize it a bit. I think we should randomize it a bit. Because here there is no randomization, right? But I think there should be some kind of randomization. Here is not randomizing anything, right? But I don't think it has to be that strict, right? So I think we should have a plus minus 10% randomization of the rise factor, right? So we will fmat rand right? Fmat rand yeah, no parameters, no? So there is returning a float, right? Between 0 and why? Returns the random integer between 0 and max rand. No. Sorry, frand, yeah, 0 and 1. So we roll, and then we just multiply our rise factor by 1 point that, right? Rise factor equal to rise factor plus or minus, plus or minus, can I frand between, can I frand in range between minus 0.1 and 0.1? So I have it correct already? No, between 1.1 and 1. So if I then multiply this by the roll, is it plus minus 10% or not? Is it plus minus 10%? No. Like this, huh? So this will be multiplied by minus 0.1 or plus 0, but then added to this, right? And so this will be plus minus 10% of this, right? Yeah. Okay, so then we clamp it to reasonable values. Okay. We clamp it to reasonable value between 1.1 and 3. Okay, fine. Between 1.1? No. Why? Between 0.1 and then we return this, right? Okay. Woo! Wow, that was a ride, boys. That was a ride. That was a ride. So this path returns 0. This path returns what? -1. Yeah, if it's none of the if it's none of the games that we know, we just return 0. Okay. Okay. Match by default. Okay. Wow. There was quite a ride. Okay, so if I recompile this, what happens? Well, I mean, nothing happens. We don't have the bluff. No! Fuck. I forgot the bluff. I really forgot the bluff. I mean, the bluff was the whole reason I started this. Oh, fuck. So the bluff basically is changing the decision to arise, right? Yes, the bluff is deciding so yeah, the bluff is deciding. Okay, so here we need to decide a bluff. And to decide a bluff, I think was very simple. We just said if it's below 50%, do a roll, right? Let me see what is doing here. Add bluffing factor when hand is weaker below 0.5. Yeah, the bluff threshold is 0.5. So if my adjusted strength that I come there from here is lower than the buff threshold, so it's lower than 0.5, so I have very shitty hands. I roll, right? I roll, and what? I don't care about the adjusted bluff factor, really. 1 minus, I don't care about this. No, I think this we don't care. I think we don't care. If the bluff roll is less than 0.5, because I guess that here is the 0.5, right? I think we don't care about all of this. So 50% of the cases. Now I think it should be multiplied by the risk, right? No, didn't we have a bluffing factor? Yeah, we have the bluff factor here. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. So the bluff factor. So he was saying if you put bluff factor 0.5. No, but what? If I say that my guy is a super bluffer, right? So a bluff factor is 1. Wait, I think I need to reread again what it was. No. Wait. No, sorry, this was correct. That is correct. Here I'm just comparing my strength, right? If it's lower than 0.5. Okay. Then here I compare my bluff roll. Yeah, but the bluff factor is never used. No, it's used the bluff factor multiplied by 1 minus the player visible end strength. So if you see the enemy hand, you give it a 50% influence on your bluff factor. So if the visible hand is 1, this becomes 0.5, so this is the maximum that you can have. So your bluff factor becomes 0.5. If the player is a shitty hand, 0.1 multiplied by 0.5, this becomes basically nothing, and so you bluff more. So if you see that the enemy as a weak hand, you bluff more. This seems to be upside down. Less likely to bluff in the final round, especially if the player is a strong visible card. I don't know if this is correct though. Because if the player visible end is high, so he has a strong card, this goes to 0.5. And so I'm removing 0.5 from 1. And so my bluff factor goes up, not down. Goes up. Ah, yes, because then I'm comparing if I'm below. Okay. I'm comparing if I'm below that. So if this goes up, is correct. Okay, I think it's correct, yes. I think it's correct. So this visible and player visible and strength. I think it should be the. Well, if we do this though. No, I would not put again the risk into that. So we'll just use the player hand strength, I think. Which is this. Ah, fuck, we don't have it here. No. Because here we don't see it. So I have to bring this out. I can. So like so it starts with 0 because I only see it here, right? But then here I can use it. Yeah, I can use it. So in the first round, this will be 0. So this will become 0. This will be multiplied by 1. So my bluff factor in the first round is pretty much whatever I have. While, yeah, I think it is very good. This is very good formula. I like it. I like it. And then if the bluff roll is lower than this, I bluff, right? And if I bluff, then what do we do? So if we bluff, right? I don't want to adjust my strength. I just want to say, I don't want to adjust my strength. I just want to say, oh, I decide to bluff, right? So this decision is a bold decision. You do it at a certain point, no matter what. And it's not that you're just slightly adjusting your strength. You're just bluffing. So basically, if you are bluffing, that becomes a raise, right? That becomes a raise. So if so we should put this. You should put this first, right? Because we can say if yeah, exactly. So we should say if he's a raise or if he's bluff, I just go and raise no matter what. Otherwise, I check if I'm okay. Perfect. This works. I think we nearly did it, boys. I think we nearly did it. I think we will see something shortly. If you're still alive on the other side, we may see something. Oh fuck no. Ay. I cannot bet more than the max money of the other player. Well, this one we said yes, right? I think I had two places where I need to put that. One is here, yes, and the other is here, yes, because the NPC should do the same. If amount. Yes, because amount we didn't define. So, yeah, exactly. So the amount by default will be equal to the player bet, right? Player actor, what? No, come on. Not player actor. What the fuck? I don't have the minigame thingy. Yes, players play. Okay, we have it. Player bet, right? So by default, the amount I'm betting is equal to the player bet. But then we call our mega function, the one that we just created, the mega function, which is what? Which is evaluate bid. Huh? What is that? The one that we worked on in the last 2.5 hours. Yeah, player versus NPC evaluate bet. Player versus NPC evaluate bet. This is in the session though. What? It is in the session. We have the session. So did we take the current player and the NPC player? So the current player is player. The NPC player is NPC player. And this will return an integer. Wait, is it really an integer? I don't remember all this reasoning at the end. What the fuck we do? Rise factor clamp. No, this is not good. Wait. Now it cannot be an int, right? It should be a percentage. Should be a percentage of how much I raise. Yes, is a percentage of how much I raise. So -1 is I concede. 0 is a match. And anything above, yes, must be a float. Anything above is my raise, right? So returns the percentage to raise. -1 if you want to fold, and obviously 0 if you want to match, right? Yeah, it is a percent. So 0% would be 0. Okay. Okay, 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 okay. So there is a percent rise, right? And so we will multiply our amount by our, well, the point is that this needs to become a float and then be rounded, right? So I think I need to do this. Amount float equal to player bet multiply by percentage raise, right? And then we take this amount and we this amount is the what? Is the total bet? Yeah, this is the total bet including, yes. So if this amount is greater than the player money, we need to reset it to the player money. Yeah, so you cannot bet more than exactly. Calculate our bet. Okay. Okay. And then let's say only if the only if the percentage raise is different than 0. No, is greater than 0. It means that we raised, right? And if we raised, we actually enable the button, right? The button, the player bet, yeah. The player bet button with the current bet. With the current player. Yeah, this is the NPC player. And this is the NPC player. Okay. Okay. And then we need to put it into we need to put it into here, right? But this amount needs to be wait a second, because it is a freaking mess. I have to int this, right? Yes. Yes. And then we send a bet to everyone. Send a bet to everyone. Yes. NPC bet, NPC player. Okay. Okay. It's complaining about something. Okay, let me recompile. There is something broken. We are very, very close. We are very, very close, but all of this needs to be tested. And the testing may not be very simple, right? Because we have a million cases. But you know what? I can also give it to you and you test it. Let's say that at the moment, the worst case is that the NPC is folding too much or that the NPC is raising too much. But the maximum we can raise is three times the bet, right? So, well, you can start with like 10,000 coins and see what happens, but he will raise only when he's in a strong position and only in a... Oh wow, we said 50% of cases? Well, that's a bit too much, maybe. No, we said based on his personality. Uh-oh. We fucked up. Ah, I see. Luckily it was in front of me. We said that he's gonna bet based on his personality. So if we like now, if we say 0 aggression, 0 bluff, yeah, 0 bluff is a bit of a pity, right? Because 0 bluff, he will not bluff. So we can say that he's bluffing 30% of the time, which is a lot, huh? I mean, 30% of the time where is below or not? Or 30% of the time where is yeah, we have to do this only if my hand is lower, huh? Yeah, 0.5. Yeah. So in 30% of the cases, when I'm below 0.5, I will bluff, which is kind of a lot, right? So this bluff factor 0.3 seems to be a bit high. We can try a risk tolerance of 0.1 and an actually, if you really want to do it, you know, if you really want to test the code, I think we should do 0.505. So these numbers are actually doing something, right? Otherwise, they will do nothing. And this player evaluate bet in theory should happen only when I have at least 3 dice, right? Because otherwise we just match. So if it's the initial bet, it just match the player bet, right? So how do we know this? We know this if we do NPC player drop dice, right? Dice dropped num equal to 0, right? So in this case, we do the NPC bet equal to the player bet so we're just matching the two, else, right, else we do this, right, and then at the end we send the bet to everyone. Whew. Wow. This was a ride, boys. This was a ride. I don't know if it will work, but I think that the logic makes a lot of sense to me. So I think that the logic is correct. There may be bugs, but the logic is correct. So let's do this. Let's run it in debug mode, because anyway this thing will be yeah, will probably crash, right? It will probably crash at the first run, but let's see. Let's see what happens. So we will play poker immediately, and we will try to see if we go through the initial bet. I hope so. So I hope we will go through this immediately. And right, and after that we will drop the dice. I think the NPC is already capable of dropping the dice, so that should not be a problem because it was working in the past. Now I didn't test it in quite some time, but meaning 2 days, yeah. Let me drink something. Let me drink. No. You finish the water? No, the water is in. I think it was a good. I think it's cool. I don't know if it will work, but I think it's cool. I like the way it came out. I like it. I like it. I don't know if it will work, but the logic that we put in, I think is good. I mean, it may be tweaked. Wow, I'm speaking since like 3 hours straight. I think I speak too much. 4 hours straight. Am I invisible at the moment? Probably I'm in streaming mode or something. Okay. Yeah, I think I will go anyway very soon, but just to say. Oops. Okay, let's see what happens. We need the NPC to show up here or there, any place. Here it is. So, can I play a game with dice? Okay, that's fine. So we changed the game to poker game, which is 5 Fingers of Fortune. And here I have my initial bet. So my initial bet will be 50. Okay. Ha! Fuck, he has no money. The NPC has no money. No! No! The NPC has no money. Oh shit. The NPC has no money. True. Very, very, very true. Very, very, very true. Yeah, because this is the other check that I added, right? Where we can identify if the NPC how do I add money? No, we cannot. We cannot add money. I can try item tria, but I think that would be weird. Also because he has a location. Money, 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 money. Money, money, money. At the moment, I don't think we have... I don't think I have an easy way to do it at the moment. Let me see if there is an easy way. If there is no easy way, I will hack it in 1 second. Because I don't think I have a way. I don't know if there is a money thingy. There is inventory, right? No, we don't have. I have to add it. But okay, for now, let's give him like 1000 money by default. So every NPC you play with has 1000 money. Let's do it like this. 1 second. Let's hard code it, and because otherwise we cannot continue, right? So where do we put it? In the add player bet. In the add player bet, there is a check that we do, which is opponent must be present. You cannot bet more than the max money of the player, right? So I think here we should say that other player. I think here we should say so if the other player is not a player, we will is an NPC. We will set the opponent player money to 3000. Right? No matter what. So this obviously needs to be fixed, right? This will have to be fixed, but otherwise we cannot do the test. Yeah, and then I'm going to bed. It's 1:26. Oh my god. But I'm in holiday tomorrow, so it's fine. But I don't want to, you know, mess up my schedule, my sleeping schedule too much, so... Okay, so we restart everything. Is it starting or not? Yeah, it's starting. Okay. Okay, one last test and then I think I'm gone. One last test and I'm gone. So in theory now the NPC should play fairly good. I mean, evaluating the possibilities and looking at your hand, his hand, and making decisions. Now, he will have a certain personality based on those three parameters that we define, you know, the risk tolerance, the bluff. But I mean, we can maybe embed that into a real NPC, into a randomization of our NPC later on, right? So we will see. We will see what to do. Oh wow, is there already? Instant. Okay. That's a good sign. He wants to play with us. We don't need this breakpoint anymore. Okay, so we start the poker game. Let's see. We bet. So now if I bet 50, he should just match it after 2 seconds. I don't know what he's doing, but he should have... Yeah, he matched my thing. And we moved to the... Did we move to the next phase or not? We didn't. Fuck. Yeah, we are not moving to the next phase. We're not moving to the next phase, huh? We are not moving to the next phase after the bet. True. Yeah, we are not moving to the next phase. We should. So we should move to the next phase in this case, right? When I'm basically matching the player bet and when we didn't rise, right? When we just matched the same amount. True. How to move to the next phase? Well, in theory... is enough to call session, move to the next phase, right? In theory, but I want to be sure there is not something else I have to do. No. Yeah, that's enough. This should be enough. Okay, let me try again like this. Let me try again like this. It should work. Now the only question is, should we send the bet to all before moving to the next phase? I think yes, unfortunately. Because, yeah, because otherwise it's a mess. So I should do this actually after this. Otherwise the sequence will be fucked up. But well, I mean, it may still work, but the messages will be not in the right order. Okay, like this I'm more comfortable that it will work. Yeah. By the way, guys, you're super quiet today. I know it's not many of you, but it's some of you at least. Okay. Let me launch it always in debug mode because anyway we I mean it's better. Bum, bum, bum. I'm getting sleepy. I'm getting sleepy. Bum, bum, bum. Bum, 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 bum. Okay, potentially last test. I would like to see at least that code, you know, running now. Maybe not working, but at least running, right? At least that it goes through that code once. That would already be nice. Uh-oh, why we are here? What happened? Okay. That's the news. Fine. I don't know why we are here. But okay. Fine. Okay, we're waiting the guy to spawn. Down there or up here? It's not spawning. It may take up to 1 minute. Come on. I think he spawned. Okay. It's there. It is our guy. There is a thing in the middle, but anyway. Okay. FFF game. I bet 50, so now we should not get the error anymore. You should bet 50. And we should move to the next phase. Yes, we moved to the next phase. Okay, fantastic. So I roll 3 dice. I have 1 pair, 2 and 2. He rolls his dice, and I don't see them. Oh, fuck. Why I see them? What? I don't know what happened, but I think I know. We have a code. Yeah, this was the old code. No. Okay. Well, yeah. I think in the roll. Fuck. I think in the roll we have the old code for the 3d6 game. Yeah, pretty much. This time it worked. Okay, guys, it's too late. But yeah, the roll is not yet ready for the poker game. The roll is doing the old stuff of just roll 3d6 and go. So we will have to do it tomorrow because now it's really too late. So I don't want to, you know, fuck up my schedule completely. Okay, guys, so thank you for watching. If you want to click on follow on Twitch and subscribe on YouTube, that would be nice. And also, if you want to support us, here are all our socials that you can connect to if you want. The Discord is fairly active. There are a lot of players there. There are more players there than actually in the game, but yeah. But fine. So see you tomorrow. Tomorrow I'm in holiday, so maybe I will stream also in the afternoon. I don't know. We will see. So see you. Bye bye. Look at the name of this guy, Pacchicine. Bye bye. Have a good night.